morning, everybody. Hello and happy Thursday. Glad to have you guys here with me tonight. It is another Stompy Mech night. We get to run around in big, gigantic mechs and attack other big, gigantic mechs. And of course, we'll continue reading Assumption of Risk. I think we're close to the end of that book, so we may even get to start a new one tonight. We'll see how the night goes. Either way, glad to have you guys here with me. So sit back, relax, and prepare to enjoy as we jump into another night of Stompy Mechs. I'll just jump right in, shall we? Hope you guys have been having a good week so far, and that all is well with all of you. If it is, fantastic. If it's not, well, let's see how tonight can make it a little bit better. How does that sound? I think it sounds fantastic. Excuse me. Do 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 do. Oh, need to make my cup of tea. Because it's always a great way to start your evening by getting your tea together. Tea for two and two for tea. I'll drink it until I have to pee. Tea. Tea. Do do. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. In West Philadelphia, born and raised. On the playground is where I spent most of my days. Chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool. And I have a tickle in my throat. We'll see if we get any of our 601 friends in here with us tonight. Every other Thursday, it seems like it's a little bit lighter in here. Because Bear has things to do every couple of Thursdays. It'll be a quiet start to the night. This weekend, I have to put in about 8 hours of voiceover work because I have to produce 3 hours of audio for somebody. Isn't that nice? Oh yeah, I would say almost as a guarantee we're finishing Assumption of Risk tonight. So let's go find out what the next book in the series is supposed to be. Battletech Novel Reading Order. Let's see, we're just finishing Assumption of Risk. So next we move on to Blood of Heroes. By Andrew Keith, which I don't think we've read anything by him yet. I'm going to have to look to see if I have the book. Blood of Heroes. Blood of Heroes. I sure do. Well, that's a different looking front. Oh, there we go. Getting in a match finally. But while it's doing that, let me get this screenshot grabbed, because I'll have to do a little bit of work to switch pictures when it's time. Drag you over to book covers. Rename. Blood of Heroes. Yes. Yes. Here we go. Magic paint gloves on the other side. Yay. And I think this will be the first book that, if I know anybody's from the Federated Commonwealth, if they're from the Davian side, they're going to get an English accent. If they're from the Steiner side, they may get themselves a German accent. Trying to, put those accents together for the right nationalities, shall we say. This looks like it may be...
All systems.
I guess we'll see. Override engaged. Oh, look, we already have people who are not connecting.
Sorry.
What a wonderful evening to start with, when there are not people connecting to the very first game of the evening.
Target spotted.
And where is anybody else getting into the circle? It is only me. Thankfully, I think I am well hidden.
Target spotted.
Oh, look, they are finally coming in with me.
Target acquired.
And I'll just continue to kind of sit here for a little bit until we have some, multiple people well established in the circle.
New target acquired.
Hello, Delta up top. Hello.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Need assistance. Affirmative. Target spotted. Affirmative. Target spotted.
God, like our team just almost as a whole is staying out of this freaking circle.
Hellbringer, would you be able to come with us down to Delta 2?
Thanks.
Bro, what is
This
this
is a
team?
terrible spot. We need to push around the corner. Go.
Destroyed target Alpha.
What is this positioning, people? CT and Timberwolf, Charlie, blow it open.
Push
it, push it.
Sorry.
Quit hiding in the corner,
Yeah, stop.
you fucking pussies.
Oh, lovely team
New
kill.
target acquired.
Just what we needed. Bravo, right torso, center torso, freaking head.
New target acquired.
Nuba, shoot you
New
in the back,
target
look out.
acquired.
Don't get in front of him.
New target acquired.
Quarter of the way there. Keep it up. Target spotted.
Kill the fire moth, please. And the rifleman.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
What the fuck is our team doing? Where is everyone?
They're helping the enemy kill us.
New target acquired.
Kino, CT.
Target destroyed.
Let me go see if I can find that fire moth.
Can someone light kill Foxtrot with a fire moth? Enemy assault mech, get before. No, it's not medium mech with a lot of guns.
Target spotted.
We're by the laser stone rhino, people.
Target spotted.
There wasn't much I was going to do against that commando in the Phoenix Hawk all by myself. And the assault that was there with me just didn't. I don't know. Did he turn around? Did he do anything?
Need assistance.
New target acquired.
Terminus? Keep an eye on you. Enemy. Oh shit, two enemy UAVs, Echo 4, Echo 3.
Hey, Spider, let's back up.
Need assistance. Target spotted.
Delta!
What the fuck? I did fucking jack all in this one. But Magic Pain Glove from that distance just large pulse laser out my legs, just like that.
I can kill that huntsman.
Acquired. Mech critical damage. Fuel at 25%. Acquired. Mech destroyed.
I mean, if anybody had actually gotten into the freaking circle earlier, I could have actually tried to do things, but
That's it. Back it up. The hostiles are taking control of the target.
I mean, that was just a shit match.
I would have got more damage if they didn't get team killed.
I mean, whatever Magic Pain Glove was in, he just instantly just took me out from a long distance out. That sucked. All right, let's get Assumption of Risk going, shall we? Chapter 38, Tharkad City. Tharkad, District of Donnegal, Federated Commonwealth, 29 April 3056. Victor Davian studied the communique and nodded. I can live with Catherine's wording on this, I think. He took one last glance at it just to make certain his sister's last iteration of the message had not changed it in some subtle way, twisting it to her advantage. Dateline Tharkad, it began. Archon Prince Victor Ian Steiner Davian has announced his intention to shift the seat of power in the Federated Commonwealth, where Tharkad and New Avalon previously served as co-capitals, each for 6 months out of the year. Now the seat of power will rest on New Avalon alone. Citing the fact that the Federated Commonwealth has been ruled from Tharkad since his mother's death, the Archon Prince said he would spend the next year ruling from New Avalon, then resume the biannual shift between New Avalon and Tharkad. Duchess Katrina Steiner Davian will act as regent in Archon Prince Victor's absence. I have the utmost confidence in my sister and her ability to handle affairs of state, both great and small. Leaving Tharkad in her hands will free me to deal with the grave concerns that threaten the Federated Commonwealth as a whole. Through a spokesperson at the Winter Palace, Duchess
Reactor
Katrina said she was
online.
delighted to be of service to her brother, for whom
Sensors
she has the
online.
greatest of
Weapons
respect and
online.
trust.
All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Affirmative.
They've got a mech Delta 3 high, large X-Pulse lasers. I believe it's Magic Pain Glove.
Affirmative.
Under ECM or Stealth.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Fuel at 25%.
Target spotted.
He's down off the wall.
target acquired. New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target
New
spotted.
target acquired.
I have no reason to stay up there. In fact, I have every reason to not stay up there. I'm not a long distance fighter.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New
Target spotted.
target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted.
Yep, magic pain glove in a specter in the basement.
Missile. UAV
Target spotted.
activated.
Hotels dropping down left.
New
Target
target
spotted.
acquired.
I guess some of these new mechs are... they feel a little ridiculous.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Enemy base is
Target
being
spotted.
captured. UAV activated.
They're pushing basement towards Delta 6. If you guys could turn around,
New
it would be
target
nice.
acquired.
Target spotted.
Enemy base is being captured.
2 or 3 in the basement.
Keep him down there.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Right leg
Target
critically
spotted.
damaged. Right leg destroyed. Heat level critical. New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Override shut down.
D4 magic pain glove.
Yeah, I'm not staying in this spider tonight. Clearly they are coming right after me with stuff. I need to be in something different. He nodded to the clerk from the Public Affairs Secretariat. This will stand. See to its distribution. As you wish, Highness. The man bowed and exited Victor's office. The guard stationed outside closed the door, leaving Victor alone with Alex Mallory and Curiatus. The prince smiled at both men. Alex, I know my Curiatus doesn't like that communique, but I sense it leaves you uneasy as well. Your thoughts? The white-haired man shrugged stiffly. I agree that your departure for New Avalon will help reduce tensions in the sky. Ryan's death has slowed the momentum of the rebellion. Cut off the head of a snake, and the body dies. Hey, Storm of the Seas, good evening. Yes, Curiatus, quite true. Mallory frowned. And Catherine has positioned herself as a conciliator in this matter, so making her regent here is logical and doubtless valuable. Still and all, the move seems like a retreat to me, and that does not leave a good taste in my mouth. Victor smiled. I appreciate your honesty. there are some things I think you should know that might make my strategy clear. Mallory held up a hand. Beware, Highness, of telling me state secrets, or secrets of state. I do truly intend to resign my position when we return to New Avalon. I will stay with you as long as it takes to find a replacement. But the time of my generation has passed. I fear I do not advise you as well as another might. The intelligence secretary looked over at Curatus. Forgive me, but I cannot recommend you to take my place. Despite the close working relationship you have with the prince. Curatus shook his head. No matter, I would not take the job. Mallory sighed as if the admission had lifted a weight from his shoulders. Would that Kay Allard Liao were to follow in his father's footsteps and advise you the way his father and grandfather did for your father. You must trust implicitly the person who has your ear. Victor nodded. I have someone in mind who will fit the bill, if you will consent to train him and consult with him. Of course, Your Highness. Who? Victor walked over to the bookcase built into the north wall of his office. Reaching up under the trim, he hit a switch and half the bookcase slid forward and then to the left. What you will see is a state secret, Alex, but one I trust you to keep. A fair-haired man, a good head taller than Victor, emerged from the passage and nodded to the prince. He scratched at his blond beard, then stepped forward and offered his hand to the older man. Secretary Mallory, I am Gerard Cranston.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Captain, hold the resource point. Stop any hostiles that get in your way.
Good. At the very least, we've separated from the Magic Pain Glove group at the moment, which is probably good. Because it doesn't like to drop me on the same side as him for some reason, and he's damn good. Especially if he's running that frickin' Spectre.
Y'all ready for Mech Warrior Online 2?
Mech Warrior Online 2, Return of the Clans.
Command confirming that we have possession of Kappa.
No. Mech Warrior Online 2, The Tatate Invade.
Target acquired.
Taken Epsilon.
Which, for anybody that doesn't know the Tatate, they're the one sentient alien group in Battletech.
Target spotted. Target spotted. We have Gamma.
Ah, yes, the Tatate invade.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
They have a pretty heavy presence in Fox 5.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Resource point beta is ours.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
New target
Fantastic.
Target spotted. Zeta is controlled by the
Epsilon is
enemy. We've already
ours.
gained a quarter of the resources. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Chances are not high that this is going to come down to caps, but you never know. Too small of a map in general.
Kappa is under enemy control.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Oh no, my Rabadaki.
Resource point Theta is ours. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Guess I might as well go grab Kappa. Then I'm going to go get back in the fight. Otherwise, I'm going to continue to do no damage in these matches.
Hostiles have collected 50% of their resources. Capture resource points from them to stop the bleeding. Halfway to victory. We need to keep holding on to our resource points.
You got two heavies and a light moving on to.
Command confirming that we have possession
Target
of Kappa.
destroyed.
We've captured resource
Or we
points.
just win before I can even do anything else. Probably getting crap for damage in this one. Yeah. 166 damage done, 8 taken, but clearly not enough. I will have to get a little bit closer. Come a little bit closer. You're my kind of man. So big and so strong. Come a little bit closer. I'm all alone and the night is so long. Mallory took his hand and shook it, but refused to release it. He pulled the man closer, then withdrew his hand from the other's grasp as if he had been burned. No, this is not possible. Why not? Victor closed the passage. K. Allard Liao was presumed dead on Alyena, yet he returned from the grave. Why should I deny that luxury to Galen Cox? Mallory's jaw dropped open. But why the deception? Your sister is in mourning. She should be told. That is not possible. You must. To conceal the truth from her is monstrous. Mallory shivered. Your father your father never would have done something like this. My father was never faced with the same problem. Victor started to ask Curiatus to explain everything, but he knew the taciturn security man would omit details that prompted full understanding. Alex, Galen's survival is part of a process. Let me lay it out for you, and then you decide if I am being a monster, or shielding my friend from one. Please, Highness, explain. On the 18th of April, we received a priority message from Solaris that said Sven Newmark, Ryan's aide, had contacted Sergei Cho on Solaris, directing him to engage an assassin to kill Galen. We would have known sooner, but we had technical difficulties with our intelligence gathering, as well you know. I immediately dispatched Curatus to Solaris with the intention of intercepting the assassins, faking Galen's death to prevent further attacks on him, and giving Ryan enough rope to hang himself for my mother's murder. As you know, the man who slew my mother operated from Solaris, and Cho was the man who negotiated the deal to kill my mother. Newmark supplied a link between Ryan and Cho. Victor looked at Galen. Galen had not been informed of the plan to fake his death until Curatus met him in the penthouse suite at the hotel to spirit him away right before they blew the building. Curatus half closed his eyes. We arranged for a troop of scouts to meet with Catherine, so she would be out of the suite when the bomb went off. Galen nodded solemnly. When I met Curatus, I surprised him with the news that Catherine and I had become very close. He and I agreed that she would have to believe me dead for the time it took to get her back to Tharkat, primarily so she would seem truly distraught for the media here on her arrival. Had we known then what we know now, we would have known that she could have, hell, she did, act the part on her own. Mallory frowned. I don't understand. We are getting a bit ahead of things. Victor clasped his hands together and cupped the back of his neck. To make everything look normal in the given situation, which was that Catherine could easily have been the target of the bomb, Curatus evacuated her and had the hotel swept for evidence, all of which was bagged and loaded on the dropship. During the trip back here, one of the agents who had been guarding Catherine in the hotel lobby, a man who did not know the bomb was ours, mentioned to a lab tech that one of Ryan's aides had given Katrina a note, which she had discarded. He had noticed the man, David Hanau, because he'd seemed so nervous and the note had angered Katrina. The agent thought it might have been something special, perhaps a way to lure her back up to her room.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems now.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Coming in. Capture the target area and engage any hostiles.
Oh look, Magic Pink Glove is on our side this time. Come a little bit closer. You're my kind of man.
Watch out for the Marauder 4L in the back.
Target acquired.
So big and so strong. Come a little bit closer. I'm all alone and the night is so long. Looked like they may have already had people headed for D5 low.
New target acquired.
Like tech drive truck.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target
New
spotted.
target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
New target
Target spotted.
acquired. target acquired.
Target spotted. Negative.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Yeah, we are just NASCARing, huh?
Vroom, vroom, vroom.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Well, we
New
can
target
respond to it.
acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
assistance. Target spotted.
Not doing a lot of damage at this range. But
New target acquired.
neither would he be.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
One torso gone from India.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Heavy push. Charlie 5 low.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Tulsa, critical damage. Target destroyed.
Target
New target
spotted.
acquired.
Target spotted.
CTO Ryan.
Target acquired. Target destroyed. New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Hostiles have already started to make a dent. Be sure to stop
Target
them.
destroyed. Left
Target
arm
spotted.
critical damage. Target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Heat sink destroyed. Left arm destroyed. Heat level critical.
Sub CT.
Right torso critical.
I was trying to get that guy, but didn't quite get it in time. Can't believe
Target destroyed.
Tech was still alive.
Target
New
spotted.
target acquired. Target destroyed.
There we go.
New target acquired.
We're a quarter of the way there. Keep it up.
And now one remains.
What's left?
Command is happy to hear of your success and achievements on the surface.
Good match, all. I did a decent amount of damage this time. Got arrows up, which I'll always take. The agent and the lab tech found the bag that had been taken from the trash basket in the lobby and went through it. They sprayed the invitation with a chemical solution, looking for fingerprints, then examined it under an ultraviolet light source. What they found, I understand, was the residue of a message written in a novelty ink that vanishes after contact with air. Curatus nodded. It's called Lover's Secret and comes in a variety of packages, including a number of different scents. The message is written, sprayed with a scent fixative, then sealed in an envelope. After the envelope is opened, the fixative evaporates and the message fades. It is not intended for long correspondence. Galen shook his head. In this case, the scent was Daffodil d'Amour. And the message read, Galen is target. Run. The old man looked stunned. She knew you were a target and didn't say anything. Galen shuddered, his wordless answer eloquent enough for everyone. Curator sent me a message from the dropship as it came in, explaining the situation. Let's see, who is saying that? Curator sent me a message from the dropship as it came in, explaining the situation. We decided, at that point, to keep Catherine in the dark about Galen unless she spoke up about her knowledge that he was a target. I assumed, and a psychology consultant concurs, that she would have talked about her prior knowledge as part of the grieving process, first to accept guilt, then to work through it. She did not. At Prince Victor's suggestion, I did a check on David Hanau and found reasonable evidence to suggest he had been in Catherine's private employ for a number of years. It would appear, as indicated by his method of getting a covert message to her, that he is an amateur spy. As Ryan's aide, his intelligence had to be good, and we have retrospectively documented other unsuccessful attempts by Hanau to get messages to Catherine, after the point when we knew Newmark engaged the assassin to kill Galen. Mallory looked from Galen to Curatus, then to Victor. So your sister did not warn Galen that he was a target? Mallory cupped his chin with his left hand. There's something else, isn't there?
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Fleet command coming in.
Override
Capture the
engaged.
target area and engage any hostiles.
I'm not gonna peek that saddle, good luck.
Yes, domination's almost to the right on there.
The entire team is floating this way. I guess I will float this way as well.
Tunnel clear right now.
Well, yes, they're not even in the circle yet.
We're a quarter of the way there. Keep it up.
Either they're big and fat, or their lights just didn't come to the circle. Or both.
Doesn't look like they have any snipers.
Somebody had me spotted there for a second.
Open Echo 6 high.
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
We got at least 3 or 4 targets then behind us.
Target
That's
spotted.
fine.
Affirmative.
Keep those UAVs down. Hey, Red Samovari. Good evening to you, my friend.
New target acquired.
Lead. Sorry, couldn't get in. D7 running in behind you.
Target spotted.
Multiple assaults in the tunnel.
Not doing much damage from out here. Too far out.
New target acquired.
So, let's get a little bit closer.
A light with CCM in Delta 7.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Left leg on that fleet.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Thanks. Target spotted. Target spotted. Need assistance.
Target
They are not
destroyed.
having a good match.
New
Halfway
target
there.
acquired.
Thanks.
Target destroyed.
Target spotted. We almost have it. Hold on for just a little longer.
Last guy has no ping.
Where is the last one?
Probably at their spawn.
Oh, dude.
Target
spotted.
acquired.
Oh, there he is.
I mean, it sure doesn't help them that, dropped in with nothing, but
Target destroyed.
well, I guess I'm not going to make it there.
We've destroyed target Alpha.
Avocado K! I don't think I'm going to have almost anything for damage in this one. We just romped them too badly.
Command is happy to hear of your success and achievements on the surface.
Victor nodded. Cho had a number of different methods for getting paid. In Ryan's case, horrible damage match. Cho used computer thieves to loot a bank account for the correct amount of money. Other clients would pay with high odds tickets on mech battles there on Solaris. His most ingenious method, however, was buying up worthless properties for little more than the property taxes owed on them, and having a corporation buy those properties from him at an unbelievably inflated price. Curatus summed up the investigation succinctly. We can trace no money from Ryan to Joe at the time the assassin was engaged to kill Archon Melissa. We do have a land sale deal that ultimately involves a corporation, whose head was awarded a title and a land grant at Catherine's suggestion. Victor flushed with mortification. The land this corporation bought for $20 million has been set aside for reclamation and rehabilitation into a riparian habitat, which means the corporation got a tax deduction for the full amount. In effect, the Federated Commonwealth paid for my mother's assassination. Mallory slumped back into his chair. Ryan engaged the assassin, and your sister paid for him? Yes, but we can't prove it. Not a bit of it. Victor shrugged. If I were to accuse her with no solid evidence, everyone would think it merely an attempt to discredit her. She is so much more popular than I am that such a move could make the rebellion explode. She has already distanced herself from me and from Ryan in her statement from Solaris, and she could easily rally his forces to herself. The intelligence secretary frowned. If you suspect her of complicity in your mother's assassination, how can you leave her here on the throne? Victor exhaled slowly and forced his hands to a knot. Had I a choice, Alex, I would stick her away in the deepest hole on the furthest planet in the Federated Commonwealth. That is an option, yes, but not a very viable one right now. Catherine has successfully positioned herself as the grieving princess of the Federated Commonwealth. Condolence messages have been flooding this place from all over the inner sphere. She is well loved, and any move against her would be a disaster. The prince shrugged briefly, then slitted his eyes. Catherine, while treacherous, still has her uses, and I mean to take advantage of them. An incredible number of these condolence messages have come from the Isle of Skye. Weird. There you go. With Ryan's death, the coalition is tearing itself apart while the rest of the population is mourning Galen's death right along with Catherine. This gives her incredible influence there, and the rebellion is collapsing because of it. Yeah, that's just weird. So I've started using Meld Studios, override engaged, because it allows you to do multi-streaming right from the one individual piece of software. So it's really pretty nice that way. But it's essentially in beta at the moment, so it still has a couple of bugs that happen.
You guys are close range, so don't leave. This is the close range area.
Yeah, looks like they are swinging hard in a clockwise manner, so they're going to be coming from our right.
Set up to receive
Yeah, they're coming Fox 7.
Target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Yeah. I float down. But yeah, so like Meld Studio has some really cool things about it, but yeah, it's still absolutely, it's new. It's a work in progress to replace, working as kind of a replacement for OBS. OBS Studio, I should say. So if there are any streamers out there who haven't checked it out, take a look at it. It's actually pretty good. They're making constant changes and updates to it at the moment. It's very much in the works. There was a larger mech trying to creep around Fox 8.
You got a longbow coming up on the radar tower, catapult, Timberwolf, a Madcat Mark II.
New target acquired.
Echo 8, hotspot, Echo 8.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target
spotted.
acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target
New
spotted.
target
Target spotted.
acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New
Use the-
target acquired.
They are pushing E8.
Target spotted.
Pretty much all in the low ground.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Torso critical
Target
damage.
spotted.
They're at Echo 9 low. Quite a number of them.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Proto 8's hurt.
Torso critical damage. Target
I cannot,
destroyed.
peek around again. Because I will just die the moment something touches me at this point.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Target acquired. New target
And pretty much if they
acquired.
accidentally sneeze on me, I'm dead.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired. Target destroyed.
Longbow, Hawk 7.
Target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Nice one.
It's a lot of light AC5s.
Target destroyed.
GG.
Well played, everyone. I assisted killing everything. And arrows up. Alex frowned. But you're allowing Catherine to put herself in Ryan's position. This gives her a base from which to oppose you. True, but her coalition is based on peace and nonviolence. She can't shift that around to a war footing and still maintain her support. By giving her a peace-loving constituency, I'm pinning her down and limiting her options. Victor said. At least, I hope that's what I am doing. Galen folded his arms. Letting Catherine sit on the Archon's throne also buys us some time to see how much backing she's been able to gather up to this point. Until we uncovered Hanau, we had no idea she was running her own network of agents. While seated on the throne as regent, she might become complacent and sloppy, giving us an edge against her. Alex nodded slowly. What I hear you saying is that you're going to give her a meter because you think she'll overextend herself, going for a kilometer. You will forgive me if I am not reassured by that. There are other problems with which I have to deal. The prince turned and faced the window that looked out over the snowy capital city. Aside from the fact that I don't want to start a civil war, the rest of the Federated Commonwealth needs me. I expect, with Kay taking over Free Capella from his uncle, that Sun Tzu will step up his activities against the Sarna March. I want to be there to deal with him, so he will think twice about adventurism. Moreover, I must be there so the rest of the Federated Commonwealth won't think I've abandoned it. Galen smiled. And military exercises that warn Sun Tzu off from being foolish also allow us to pull units out of this half of the Federated Commonwealth. It blunts Catherine's ability to do anything overtly military. But denuding the Lyran portion of the FedCom could prompt Thomas Merrick to strike along the border. Alex objected, then seemed to think better of it. Then again, with troops in the Sarna March, you could do much more damage to him than he could to you. Victor nodded without turning around. My thoughts exactly. So the situation is this. Catherine remains here to clean up the mess Ryan bequeathed to us. We can't act against her without solid evidence, and we don't have it. Revealing her treachery concerning Galen would only be seen as a dirty trick by me, so we'll save it for a time when we can have the desired effect. We have no choice, and as long as we have a viper in our midst, we might as well let it deal with vermin. I don't like it, but there it is, my friends. Victor said as he turned to face them. I have a nation to govern.
Online.
Dealing with my sister
Sensors
must wait
online.
because my duty to my people
Weapons
cannot.
online. Systems nominal.
Override engaged. Come a little bit closer, you're my kind of man. So big and so strong. Come a little bit closer. I'm all alone, and the night is so long. I saw a mech, and it was Fire Moth. Where is the enemy at?
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Where do the little birds fly? Where can they be?
New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired.
Ah, your PPCs do not fly against me.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target
New
spotted.
target acquired.
Target spotted.
Seismic Delta 4.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Yeah, I dropped down into the wrong fucking place. Wow, that was a bad hill to go over. And no way of getting back out of it. Oh no, that was not good. Alright, will they finish this match? Let me spectate. I need to go and utilize the facilities. I will return momentarily. Much better.
Damage. Heat sink destroyed. Light cruiser critical damage. Light forcer destroyed.
Seems like there's been a lot of not close matches tonight. Chapter 39, Solara City, Solara 7, Tamarind March, Federated Commonwealth, 29 April 3056. Upon leaving his uncle's, actually it was his now, palace, Kay directed Fu Tang's grandnephew Sen to drive the hovercar through Solaris. Make it a different mech. He told himself it was so he would have time to think, but then he did everything he could to avoid it. He called out instructions to his chauffeur to turn this way and that. When that failed to keep introspection at bay, he turned and stared out the window, leaving the driver to choose his own aimless course through the streets. Kay let himself be distracted by the sights and sounds of the city. He had lived here for nearly 3 years, yet it seemed as though he had never really seen it till now. The bright, garish lights hid none of the squalor, just dressed it up. The legion of people on the streets, from prostitutes and pimps to gawking tourists and seething, neo-puritanical Wildman sect missionaries, supplied an improbable cast for the dramas of Solaris. The images and the noises through which his vehicle slid silently made everything seem invention instead of reality. Solaris is a world for those who cannot handle reality. Kay sank back into the leather upholstery of the air car. Solaris is a world for those who refuse to handle reality. It occurred to him that he was avoiding going home, not because he wanted time to think, but because he was afraid. It struck him funny. Here he was, Kay Allard Liao, the champion of Solaris, the man who had killed clanners and defeated elementals in single combat, and no one would guess what it was that had his stomach tied in knots. A woman, a child. Who would believe it? Kay shook his head. How can I fear facing them when billions of others face and conquer that same fear? Take me home, please, Sen. Yes, my lord. Sen spun the wheel once to the right, then slid the car into the driveway to Kay's home. Here we are. Kay looked up. I didn't necessarily mean that quickly, Sen. I can drive in circles some more if you wish, my lord. No, that's fine. I'll get out now. He pulled the door open and climbed out of the vehicle. Closing the door, he mounted the steps up to the building's front door, while Sen drove off to park the air car in the garage down the street. Kay dug into his pocket for the card key to the door, but Keith Smith opened it for him from inside. Welcome home, Kay. Keith, I hardly expected to see you here. Kay shook his head. Is there a problem? The computer expert shook his head. Not really. After you left the office to see your uncle, a Comstar representative arrived with the news that permission had been granted for a star of Jade Falcon elementals commanded by Star Colonel Taman Malthus to come to Solaris. The holodisk is on your desk, and the order was backdated to the beginning of March. Kay laughed aloud. Comstar certainly knows how to cover themselves. Keith nodded. Tell me one thing. Yes? If I looked at my jump ship pattern projections back, say, to around the beginning of March, would I see a pattern that started near Jade Falcon space and ended in the village of Chapo here on Solaris? Kay rested his left hand on Keith's shoulder. Without your work, I couldn't have gotten them here. I hoped permission would come through so they could have watched the title defense from my box, but the bureaucracy is too slow for that. About the same time the Falcons reached Aquatis, a message I pre-recorded explaining who they were and what they were doing was forwarded to the Comstar presenter here on Solaris. I think presenting Comstar with a fait accompli prompted their permission, and even that took 2 days. I didn't want to keep you in the dark, my friend, but if you didn't know, Comstar couldn't hold you responsible. As I am an officer of the St. Ives government and the Falcons are here on a diplomatic mission, well, Comstar can be upset with me, but there is very little they can do about it. Thanks for protecting me. Keith again shook Kay's hand. I have to go. Larry actually got a date with that model he met at your uncle's reception. Christine and I are doubling up with them to attend the opening of a Kessler show over in Silesia. I'm already late. Have fun, Keith, and thanks for what you did to rescue my son. He's a beautiful kid, Kay. You're damn lucky. Keith headed out the door. I'm just glad I was able to help. Kay latched the door behind his aide, but only got as far as the middle of the marble foyer before Taman Malthus appeared through the archway leading from the west wing. The unarmored elemental stepped forward and swallowed Kay's right hand in his huge fist. Kay Allard Liao, I welcome you on your return. Thank you, Taman Malthus. Kay shook the Jade Falcon's hand. I owe you a debt I cannot repay. The blue-eyed elemental shook his head. You and I, we fought, we became allies, and we took a planet away from Comstar. Between us, there is no account of favors. You honored me by entrusting your offspring to my men and me. If we were to compare debts, then I would owe you, for I've been far too long without fighting. Kay smiled, then rose on his tiptoes to look around and behind Malthus. Surely you are not here alone. Where are the rest of your men? Most have returned to Joppo to pack our gear. With Comstar's permission secured, we will come to the city for a time. Taman pointed toward the ceiling with an index finger. Locke and Slane are upstairs safeguarding your son against further predations by Tormano. Kay sighed heavily. I don't think we have to worry about him. If the option were open to me, I'd try sending him away with you and get him placed in a bandit hunting Solama unit. As it is, I will pension him off and keep him under control. For what he did, we would have him and his offspring slain. Malthus's eyes grew cold. Your son may be a free birth, but he possesses your genetic heritage. Denying that to humanity would have been an unforgivable crime, and one for which your uncle's line should wither and die. Yours is undisputably a cleaner solution than what I have arranged, but it is not one open to me. My uncle was ambitious and frustrated and felt forced to act. Kay frowned. Were that a capital crime in the inner sphere, every world would be a charnel house. And the harvest of one ambition crop would merely leave room for another to grow up in its place. Kay smiled up at the big man. You have learned a lot about the inner sphere. Override engaged.
Override engaged.
I really did not anticipate we would end up on this map.
UAV activated.
Well, that UAV didn't live long.
Target spotted.
Fire moth, fire moth.
Spotted.
Target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Ah, my things do not reach that far.
New target acquired.
Target
New
spotted.
target acquired.
Heavy Delta 5.
Target spotted.
New target
Target spotted.
acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Not willing to get up close by myself.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Target
Target
destroyed.
spotted.
New
Target
target
spotted.
acquired. New target
Target spotted.
acquired. Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Warning, incoming missile. UAV activated.
Yes, push. Fuck.
Yeah, let's push. Push their assault labs.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Direwolf low D4.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
It's kind of nice that they never noticed my UAV there.
Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spot. Target spotted.
Left flag critical down. Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Need assistance. Stay frosty. Target spotted.
CT on India, Berserk.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
CT on Catapult, Julia.
New target acquired. Target destroyed.
Target spotted.
Target acquired. Target destroyed.
Need assistance.
Target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Foxtrot
New
DT
target
double.
acquired.
Zone 906.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
The jaws of defeat are closing in around
Target
us.
acquired.
Been surviving half of that storm rhino, still packing a wallop, so sheesh.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Yeah, fucking Brower.
New target acquired. Left arm critical
Target
damage.
spotted. Target spotted.
Left torso critical damage.
I'm fucked.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Well, at least I took one with me. Two killing blows, 4 kill assists, 1 solo, 1 KBD, 392 done, 344 taken, with an equals. Tamon scratched at his closely cropped blonde hair. Joppo's only amusement comes from watching holovid dramas. The Immortal Warrior series is obviously art, however unrealistic, but the rest of the programs merely speak to the human condition. Interesting perspective you have there. You said my boy is upstairs? He will make you proud, Kay. He is brave and strong. Malta smiled, and my calling him a freebirth was not meant as disrespect. The clans would have matched you and your mother and bred a grand Simcoe of warriors. Kay started to respond when he caught a sudden motion out of the corner of his eye. Thinking the other elementals were coming down the stairs, he turned in their direction with a smile on his face. Deirdre Lear awoke with a start, for the moment disoriented and unable to place her surroundings. Lights blazed in the room, including the lamps on the tables at either end of the couch where she lay. Sitting up, she looked to her right and saw David huddled beneath a blue blanket on a daybed. Behind him stood 2 elementals, alert and awake, their expressions slightly bemused. She heard voices coming up the stairs and through the open doorway. First the bass boom of Tamon Malthus, then another, quieter voice. She recognized none of the words, but the tone and rhythm of the sounds pinpointed its author for her. She combed her fingers through her hair and tugged at the hem of her blouse, then ran past David's bed to the doorway. She paused at the top of the stairs, then descended, freezing when he looked up at her. Kay? Deirdre? He looked tired, but the smile spreading across his face banished all signs of fatigue. She saw the same light play through his eyes that had attracted her to him from the first, and he moved to the foot of the stairs with the grace she remembered from Algina. God, Deirdre, it has been too long. Her heart began to pound in her chest and she felt her face flush. She continued down the stairs, faster than was decorous, but not so fast as to be dangerous. She flung her arms around his neck and hung on tightly. His arms enfolded her, crushing her to him, and the fears lingering from her time at the estate crumbled away to nothing. She slipped her hands down to his chest, then pushed gently back on his shoulders. He released her slowly and let his hands still touch her arms as they each stepped back. Deirdre looked up into his gray eyes, then looked down and away. "I've been so stupid," they each told the other in unison.
Hey, MPG, how you doing, man?
Kay threw his head back and laughed, and Deirdre luxuriated in a sound she had missed since Alhina. She could tell by his voice that he had not changed much from their time together. He looked more confident and sounded it too, yet the tentative gentleness of his hands as they slipped down into hers reminded her of his thoughtful caution.
Hey, Paul, how you doing, man?
Online.
Hey, buddy. How you doing? Good, man. What's running on your onion?
Weapons online.
You at 20 and medium pulses. Alarms.
You're a little close.
Override engaged.
Oh, hey Paul, how's it going?
Where you at?
Hey, buddy.
I can give you some ECM. Where you at? What's your grid, man?
C7.
Alright, I had your way. That nice little brawler build needs to be able to get him close, you know.
Target acquired.
I tagged an awesome down the 4 line.
Target acquired.
Lasers coming from G4. They got one in sniper position.
They got a couple down in Death Valley and Fox 7 High too.
You
I
got
got one.
You got good speed on that onion.
Got one heading down the 5 line.
111.
Echo.
Stalker Fox 7.
Roger that. Careful,
Target
one left.
acquired. New target acquired.
Yeah, I'm in no man's land.
Yeah, let me get over there and try and get some ECM on you. Hey, Gopper, what's over there?
Target spotted.
Just the fire moth?
They have a lot of mechs like flanking around.
I'm coming, let's hold on. Oh, yeah, they do.
Timberwolf Echo 7 low as well.
Alright, there's a Lanceworth in G4 over there, and they're quick too.
That night, you're trying to headshot me. What a jerk.
You tried.
Target spotted.
We gotta watch that G4 side there. I don't trust that. I don't know.
Roger. I'll meander that way.
There's one mech flanking the gamma thing, like a small mech, I'm not sure what it is.
We're getting strung out. We need to consolidate soon.
Yep. Let's get a line formed up.
Target spotted.
Activated.
Affirmative.
Nothing at that Golf 4 corner at the moment.
Yeah, I think we got enough reinforcement over here
Target
now.
acquired. New target acquired.
Very heavy Fox 5, Golf 5 low.
Target spotted.
Gone assault Hotel 4.
G4, first I got it, 424. Oh boy, Stalker walking up.
Target spotted.
Stalker is the missile boat.
Target spotted.
You guys can... Okay, I'm gonna come and help you with H4.
Activated.
Careful, close range Highlander.
Target spotted.
They're about to push this hill of Fox 5.
Target spotted.
Oops. Going down.
Target acquired.
Hotel right,
Focus
hotel
lights
open.
while they're going down.
G5, they got 3. 2 standing there, 1 overwatch. Kilo, kilo.
Spotted.
New target acquired.
Put a sniper up on Echo 6. Crusader.
Laser Cougar. Need some support there for G5. G5 corner.
New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. The enemy is starting to chip away at us. Stay frosty. Negative. Target spotted. Target spotted.
They pulled up the G5. It's do or die right there.
Yeah, they're back in there too.
Don't let the hostiles take down any more of you.
New target acquired.
Watch the spider.
They're pushing up behind us.
The jaws of defeat are closing in around us.
I cannot believe how badly our team did with who we had on this team. Because we had some pretty good solid players, and we just got absolutely fucking handed to us.
That's one.
Well, that was a rough one. Yep, nobody from 601 tonight. Her K drowned out his softer Deirdre, and he bowed his head to acknowledge her the victor in the exchange. Kay, I have to explain some things to you. I was very confused, unbelievably confused, until not long ago, about you and about me. I made some judgments that I shouldn't have, and I'm sorry. Kay reached out and lifted her chin with his right hand. Deirdre, it doesn't matter. The past is the past. It does matter, Kay, please. She led him over to a padded bench beneath the mirror on the east wall. Only as they sat down did she catch a fleeting glimpse of Taman's heel disappearing upstairs. I misjudged you. By the time I returned to Odell, you had already started on your rise to the top here on Solaris. I thought you had chosen to come here to spite me. My father's death here, on this world, at your father's hands, was what kept us apart when we first met, and I thought you were sending me a message. She tucked a lock of black hair behind her right ear. When I had David, my stepfather urged me to contact you, but by then, you had become big news. The media played up how you were so much like your father, and that ate away at me. I built you into the worst stereotype of a fighter I could imagine, making you into a boozing, womanizing ogre whose only true pleasure came from crippling and killing your foes. I wanted nothing to do with you, and I wanted to shield David from you. Excuse me. I wanted to believe the worst, and because of that, I missed all the signs that you hadn't really changed. Granted, there was much I didn't know until I had a conversation with Keith today and learned about the reforms you've instituted. But my decision to blind myself to anything good about you meant I wouldn't have picked up any clue to your activities. Then, when I was on Zurich at a clinic that's funded by Cenotaph Charities, I chose to believe you merely gave money away because you had so much wealth you wanted to flaunt it. The charitable act of giving clothes to children became transformed, in my mind, to a blatant self-promotion on your part. She gave his hands a squeeze. I realized how blind I'd been when your uncle held us hostage. I knew that act was evil and could only benefit him if it somehow limited your actions. As you were acting in opposition to him, well, you obviously were not being evil. If you were the monster I had imagined, you would have abandoned us. Kay paled and a tremor ran through his hands. I did. No, Keith wouldn't tell me where you'd gone or what you'd done, but if it involved Lady Omi Kirita surreptitiously taking up residence in your home, it must have been very important. And that notwithstanding, Keith told me all you had done to prevent your uncle from knowing you had defied him. Override engage. As you had done in the past, you set aside your personal concerns for the welfare of others. Take the long way home. I'll take the long way home.
Echo 401.
I don't think I've ever actually been all the way over here.
Need assistance?
Target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
UAV activated. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
They're pushing from Fox 4, Fox 5-ish. Mainly that side of the map. A medium Delta 5, you might have a stealth behind you. Can you turn around? Oh, it's a Phoenix Hawk, yeah, in our back line. He's moving up Charlie 6, Charlie 5.
New target acquired. UAV activated.
Target
New
spotted.
target acquired.
Delta line, boys. Delta line. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Delta 3, Echo 3. Let's go. Let's capture.
Enemy base is being captured.
Good work. under betrayal.
Enemy base is being captured.
There's a fucking target Charlie. Target Charlie is lurming.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Motherfucker.
Warning, incoming missile. Light torso damage. Warning, incoming missile. Light arm critical damage. Light torso critical damage. Warning, incoming missile. Target destroyed.
At least killed one guy.
Target acquired.
Yeah, the Gooper guy.
I got arrows up. Yeah, I mean the matches tonight are wildly uneven in how they're coming out. It seems like almost all of them are coming out as these ungodly like 112, 212s. I mean, what the hell is going on with them tonight? Come on. Actually scroll, you stupid thing. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Fafnir is what I wanted. Deirdre hesitated a moment and a tear rolled down one cheek. Kay brushed it away from her face. You don't have to do this, Deirdre. You don't have to beat yourself up. But I do, Kay. As much to chasten myself as to apologize to you. She looked up and met his unwavering gaze. You see, I turned you into a monster, not because of anything you had done, but because I believed you had used what I said to prompt and justify your trip here. I was angry with you for perverting and betraying what we had known on Alyena, and for failing to live up to the potential I feared would consume me. Kay laughed deliciously, brought her hands up to his face, and kissed them. You were right to be angry with me. I did betray you and certainly did not deserve to be the father of your son. She frowned. But the charities, the contract you handed out, what you did here to oppose your uncle, those are all things of which you can be proud. I suppose you are right. Deirdre raised an eyebrow. I think I must have missed something. As did I, Doctor. Kay looked at her and couldn't help but smile. You see, When you sent me away on Alyena, you said it was because I had a military mindset. Taman and the other elementals had finally convinced me that I was a damned good warrior, and your words made it a majority opinion. With that in mind, and damned little else, I'm ashamed to admit, I headed toward Solaris. I did get sidetracked to attend Hans Davian's funeral and to visit my father's grave, but I never lost sight of my target. You see, all my life my father had been the greatest warrior I'd ever known. I got it into my head that if I came to Solaris and duplicated his success, then I would also prove myself a great warrior. I would have validated your view of me, which I wanted to do because it meant that you had really seen the true me.
Reactor online.
Bits and pieces of clan philosophy got mixed up in there, so that after defeating all this world had to offer, I saw myself as paying homage to my father. With each victory, my stature grew, and so did his. That is why I
Go
called my
left.
stable Cenotaph, because I saw it as a memorial to him. Override engaged. By helping other people who had been on Alyena or in the war, I expanded that to memorializing those who had died fighting the clans. I don't know what's with the tickle in my throat tonight.
Target spotted.
Alright, we got a piranha on the left and something on the right.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
To move from a
Bravo.
fire moth into a Fafnir? The world is so slow now.
Target spotted.
Something up top here. Fox 3, Fox 2, LBXs.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Set scatter shot.
Target spotted.
Echo Direwolf in Delta 3.
Target spotted.
Acquired.
Bravo Piranhas in Delta 4.
Right side torso on the Seraph.
Bravo's getting friendly.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Right torso on Bravo.
Target spotted.
I'm trying to move up this thing, and the assault just kept on fucking stopping in front of me, just leaving me to take all those hits from the from the Shadowhawk over there.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target
New
spotted.
target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Charger CT.
CT in India. Delta Shadowhawk up high.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Another match I'm going to do no damage because I couldn't ever even get to the fucking enemy.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
Going to be a horrible match. I just never got to close with the enemy. But another 12 too. That did 17 points of damage. That's horrible. Kay swallowed hard. What I didn't realize until I faced someone recently and had his dreams of glory collide with my hopes for peace is that I mocked my father, not glorified him. The single strongest message I took away from him came from when he fought and killed your father. He told me that killing a man should never be easy, and I vowed that I would never violate that dictum. I had enough killing in the war, and I thought I honored my father by winning here through skill, not mayhem. What I missed was a far greater lesson. When I asked him once why he left Solaris at the moment when he became its champion, he told me it was because the real world needed him. Far away from here, I realized that I had been hiding from the real world. All the charities, all the reforms, all the things I had done were sops to my conscience, bribes so I could remain here and stave off my destiny. Deirdre pulled his hands to her and kissed them. But those programs helped people. They are a true window to your soul. On Alyena, you told me that you were willing to accept the responsibilities of a warrior, terrible though they are, so others who could not bear them would not have to try. You've done that here, and done it very well. Yes, Deirdre. Yes, but I have not accepted all the responsibilities I can. When I returned here and determined how I had to deal with my uncle, I did so without remorse. A warrior would have killed him, but I found a way to neutralize him without causing his death. I have Victor Davian's trust, an asset squandered here, and I must make myself available to him. I have responsibilities to my family and to the people my mother rules. In taking over the Free Capella movement from my uncle, I recognize my responsibilities for the dreams of many people who wish to see the Capellan Confederation united once again. Kay smiled. Granted, I will reshape Free Capella, focus it, and direct it toward preserving our culture and making Capellans stronger as a people, but I can and will guide it. At least, I think I can. I hope I can. Kay's heart swelled as Deirdre smiled. You can and will do it wonderfully. He looked down, refusing to meet her eyes. And there is the greatest responsibility of all, but I don't think it's one I can manage. Kay's head came up. At least, not alone, would you? She pressed her left hand to his lips, stopping his words. No more talking. But, no. Deirdre slipped from the bench and stood, then pulled him to his feet. Come with me, Kay Allard Liao. There is something very important I must do. She gave him a smile that erased the distance 4 years had put between them. It's time I introduce you to your son. While writing this book, I attended a
Good to
science
see
fiction
you, Carter.
convention, WolfCon, at which an auction was held in memory of
Oh,
Curtis
good to
Scott,
see you.
a game designer and convention organizer.
Good to
Curtis
see
had
you
been
around.
killed in a traffic accident a month earlier, leaving behind his wife Mary and son Philip, age 5. I earned the right to appear as a character in this novel as one of the items to be auctioned. Keith Smith and Larry Acuff quickly outstripped the other bidders. Keith won the role, and because Larry was willing to kick in an additional amount of money, Keith and I agreed to give him a part in the book too. A scholarship fund for Philip Scott has been set up to take care of his education. Contributions may be sent to Philip Anthony Scott Scholarship Fund, care of Phyllis Lewis, Software Institute, Carnegie Mellon University, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 15213. I wonder how long ago that actually happened. I am not sure when this book came out, so. Why they gotta put the assaults all the way as far off in the distance as they could? Five years later, I get from the corner they exiled me in towards the battle.
Wait, you actually made it there?
Oh no, I'm not even close. I'm only 2 years in.
I'm about 6 months up behind you.
Somebody's got to pay those dropship pilots better. Let them put us near the action.
E5, there's one.
Something here, H8, H9. Some kind of light mech.
Target acquired.
Need assistance.
Sixth line is pretty stacked.
We're
G9, Ice Ferret G9.
Fatty's in F7. If you guys could make that corner, that would help.
there's something in G9.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Little backstabber.
New target acquired.
Laser Volnet, Ice Ferret.
Xander Turing with the raid. A fire moth raid.
Back off that. Runner, back it up, back it up. Too heavy, boys.
Thank you, thank you. Welcome on in, everybody. Xander Turing, a science professor VTuber, dives into the digital battlefield of Mech Warrior Online. When not piloting mechs, they're introducing Martin to the great outdoors. Will the pretty baby mech finally work? Tune in and find out.
G9's one fair.
Well, that worked out really well.
You know what? The matches tonight have been so wildly one way, almost as a given.
How did that happen?
It has seemed like they have really only gone in the direction of either a stomp or
Ferret go smoosh.
a stomp from one side or the other, basically. I mean, so many of them tonight.
God, I can't seem to win a fucking game today.
Yeah, I don't know if they played with something, but it has been nothing but stomps all night.
I'm getting my face fucked all night.
You need an OnlyFans page. I mean, look, it's 1 to 8, 2 to 8. I mean, this is the way it's been all freaking night long.
We have one kill. Our other kill, they killed themselves.
Solid 2.
It has seriously been this way all night. I have had almost, like, out of the 20 matches I've been in, maybe a handful that haven't been, farther away than 4 to 12.
Yeah, it's not been a good night for me either.
I mean, I've been on the winning side sometimes, I've been on the losing side sometimes, but it is almost continually a stomp every single match.
I know there have been a lot of people reporting since probably Friday of last week that there is a lot of hit detection issue going on, specifically with PPCs. And then the heat bug is there, that you don't drop your heat, but a teammate be getting dissipation on them from you. There's something going on.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really ridiculous tonight. I mean, the things aren't even coming close in the matches. It is almost always a stomp. And it's just, there's something not right about it. So we'll try this a little bit longer, but if all the matches continue this way, it's just, we'll go and do something else, because why not? But in the meantime, it's going to be time to start a new book. So let me get in here, and I need to switch my... Why isn't the book cover showing up? Weird. Did it get deleted somehow? Well, let's put it back in. Let's see, image from book cover. We're going into Blood of Heroes. There we go. Time to move into Blood of Heroes. Let's change this. Change this one. Why? Fit to canvas. All right, here we go. A new book. Prologue. It is the year 3056. 6 years after the clan invasion, Prince Victor Steiner Davian of the Federated Commonwealth faces bloody revolution. Angry citizens of the war-torn Star Empire rise up against their lord, even as clan raiders continue to attack portions of the mighty successor state. Without a united realm, Prince Victor cannot hope to stand against the superhuman clan warriors and their superior war machines. Nor can he hope to defend his realm against his rivals for power, those other leaders of the great houses of the Inner Sphere who have ever feared and envied his great star empire. Victor Davian must fight for his nation's survival at all cost, against ancient hatreds as well as the deadly clan enemy. If he fails, the Federated Commonwealth will fall, and a new dark age may engulf the Inner Sphere. We're going to Glengarry, where the Great Death Legion is supposed to be fighting. Chapter 1. Glengarry, Sky March, Federated Commonwealth, 31 March, 3050 hit. 3056. I'm hit! Half my board's gone red! Listening to his frantic landsmate, Alexander Durant Carlyle cursed under his breath and keyed his TACCOM link. Ghost 3, this is Ghost Leader, he said, striving to keep his voice crisp and businesslike. Meanwhile, he was calling up a sensor map on his main display screen. Damage assessment. Harrison Gates sounded calmer now, but his voice still betrayed an edge Alex didn't like. Malfunction in my left hip actuator. I think it's the primary feedback coupling. The targeting computer's offline, and my heat build-up's redlining. Blake himself couldn't get this bitch moving.
All systems.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
But yeah, good to know people are seeing hitbox registers issues and other people's mechs cooling down instead of theirs. I mean, that's a weird bug. That's one I have never heard of before. I mean, hypothetically, we should be fairly even.
Could you guys stop that ticker, please?
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Cougar.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
It's a full land to G8. It's an Axum, Archer, Spider.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Guys, can you stop backing off and contest this left side? Like, this cougar walked up on us for free. Left side. Fox 6.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Yeah,
Get on the medium ground, guys. You're sitting back too much.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
This Atlas is trying to push up on the left.
Need assistance.
Through Fox 7.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
There's one up high, Fox 6.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Hostile target beta is destroyed. Target spotted.
New target
Need assistance.
acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
CT on Axum, target gamma.
Yeah, Atlas has a shoulder open.
UAV F8G8. Got it.
Guys on the right, you're gonna have to get back to the circle.
We have someone in the center there. We're rotating around.
Yeah, we should be back there shortly.
Yeah. On your left. Just walk past him. He did.
Target spotted.
There's laser beams way up top, like F6
They are
on a
pushing
spire.
Gamma 7
Yeah,
hard.
guys on the side, if you're gonna push in real hard and do it right now.
All right, we're doing it. We're going.
We're getting overrun on the left side.
Go.
New target acquired.
Yeah, push.
We're pushing.
Get those back shots.
They turn to us. They turn to us.
New target acquired. Target destroyed. Personnel critical damage.
Target spotted.
Left torso critical damage. New target acquired.
Yeah, they have somebody like Fox 6, ultra high.
Target spotted.
Yeah, that guy up high is the last one.
He's not in the ring, so fuck him.
Target spotted. We're a quarter of the way there. Keep it up. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Well, he just liked himself.
Target destroyed.
Sure did.
GG.
Nice
Wow, this is
pinch,
actually a
boys.
close match. I'll take that.
And is happy to hear of your success and achievements on the surface.
I mean, 12-8. That equals 38 team damage. Oops. Oopsie. Whoopsie doodle. What about your jump jets, 3? Alex asked sharply. He wished he knew Gates better. Was the man just blowing off steam, or was he really in trouble? Gates was neither a regular member of Carlisle's four-man lance, nor was he as experienced as the rest. Can you jump clear? Not with his hip, Skipper, Gates replied. Soon as the bitch comes down, the leg'll go for sure. Alex cursed to himself again. The map showed 4 hostile battle mechs closing in on Gates's 55-ton Shadowhawk, while 4 more were sweeping around the flank to cut off the only line of retreat open to Alex's outnumbered lance. Listen to me, 3. Reroute the circuits and get that piece of junk moving again. Hell, get out and push if you have to, but get going. We've got to get out of here before those bastards block the pass. He swallowed and tried to get a grip on himself. It wouldn't help the rest of the lance if he lost it now. I can't. Pull out and leave me here, Skipper. That's not an option, damn it. Alex growled, thinking it was just the kind of situation every mech warrior dreaded. The battle mech, standing as much as 30 meters tall and massing anywhere from 20 tons to more than 100, was the most potent fighting machine in all of humanity's bloody history. Machines notwithstanding, most mechs looked roughly human, with 2 arms and 2 legs, and an intricate neural hookup that allowed the pilot of the monstrous vehicle to move and fight almost as if the metal giant were his own body. Though battle mechs were far superior to any other type of armored fighting vehicle, high technology also brought high-tech problems. A damaged hip actuator like the Shadowhawk's was the equivalent of a broken leg. The mech couldn't walk, couldn't even use its high its powerful Pitman LFT-50 jump jets to bound a way out of danger. In short, the war machine was virtually immobilized until Gates could find a way to repair or bypass the electronics knocked out by the enemy attack. That would take time, and time was the one thing they didn't have right now. But abandoning Gates to the enemy wasn't an option either. The cardinal rule of the Grey Death Legion was and always had been firm. The Legion takes care of its own. Alex examined the map again. His lance had come out of Brander Pass, 8 kilometers to the north. If they could make it back to that narrow gap in the mountains, they'd be reasonably safe while their supply of ammo held out. At this point, their main problem was to beat the enemy flanking force to the mouth of the pass. The attackers were mostly light, fast mechs, while Alex's lance was a mix of mediums and heavies that were more powerful but slower than most of their opponents. And at least one of the mechs closing on Gates was an assault class, an 85-ton BLR-3M Battlemaster. The Battlemaster was more than a match for any of the Grey Death mechs, and would easily make up for the weakness of the lighter attackers if Alex's lance was cut off and forced to face the enemy in a slugging match. Oh, it's not going to be good for anybody, is it? Ach, aye, Orf. Orf?
Sensors online. Weapons online.
All systems phenomenal. Override engaged. Eliminate the cost, no matter the enemies. Well, at least we got the good side.
Big mountain.
For as fast as I move, I'll get to the mountain, before the day is out.
Target spotted.
They're going G-line. They're going G-line. There are a lot of them. Two lines going wide. The assaults are following. 7 line.
They are probably headed over towards the radio tower, because that's exactly where I would go. If I was on that side.
Those sirens come with the turret. Alright, I got that.
So they're likely headed to the radio tower, so let's just be patient and make them leave their spot and come to us.
right side of Echo 8. I think he's by himself.
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
My question is, are people going to listen and just wait here?
Target spotted.
Oh no, they hit me.
Target spotted.
Marauder, you are alone. Wildly alone out there.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target
Target
spotted.
destroyed.
Thanks.
Target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New
Target
target
spotted.
acquired.
Target spotted.
And they have gone exactly where I said they were going to go. And that guy did a whole bunch of, throwing out rounds to do no damage.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Problem is, I am not a distance fighter.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. 25% of the enemies are
New
eliminated.
target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
target acquired.
Target spotted.
I have to start moving in.
Target spotted.
Otherwise, there'll be another match where I do no damage.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
Keep pushing. We've almost got them all. Clean up
Target
to survive.
acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Thanks.
Target destroyed.
We're detecting no more hostiles.
And we win. And another stomp. One killing blow, one solo kill, one KMDD. I can't believe I got the KMDD on him. And it equals. Because they were all way too freaking far away for me to do anything. Stupid Alpine Peaks. Gates was furthest from the safety of the pass and virtually immobilized until he could reroute the hip actuator circuitry. Alex's 70-ton Archer was the nearest support for the damaged Shadowhawk, while the Lance's other two mechs, Clay's Griffin and DeVry's Centurion, had the least distance to cover to reach the safety of the pass. If simple geometry was the only concern, the answer would have been easy. Alex bit his lip. Simple geometry wasn't the only thing he had to take into account. According to standard combat doctrine, Caitlin DeVries and her Centurion would have been the best choice for close-in defense of the damaged mech. The Archer, with its batteries of long-range missiles, was designed for standoff attacks. Ugh. Horrible choices all around. Under ideal circumstances, Alex would have laid down a barrage of covering fire while DeVries gave close support and Gates got his Shadowhawk moving again. But that would only expose DeVries to the same danger Gates was already facing. The only sure way for her to get clear was to continue withdrawal. Besides, Alex didn't like the idea of ordering a comrade into harm's way while he stayed comfortably clear of danger. One day he would take his father's place at the head of the Grey Death Legion, and he knew that no commander could hope to keep his people's loyalty if he wasn't willing to share in the risks. Grace and Death Carlisle had proved the truth of that on countless battlefields of the Inner Sphere over the years, and Alex Carlisle was determined to be the kind of leader, and the kind of son, who would carry on that legacy. Ghost leader to all ghosts, he said firmly over the General TACCOM channel, coming to his decision at last. 2-4. Continue withdrawal as previously ordered. 3. Hold on until I get there. We'll get you out of this mess yet. Leader, don't you think I should? Caitlin DeVries managed to sound angry and diffident at the same time.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged. Yay, nothing better than conquest in a Fafnir.
Command, confirm
I should just be able to walk through the bridge, and
Guess
walk
I'm
right
just
on
gonna
down
go
the river.
right with these guys. Looks like they're
Target
move toward
acquired.
Delta 2.
After this match, I may get into something a little bit more speedy
Override check.
again, because this is, just
New
ungodly.
target acquired.
We've captured resource point Sigma.
Because for somebody who's used to running in light mechs, Fafnir is just painfully slow.
Target spotted.
I mean, 47.8 is just not what you want. What you really, really want.
New target acquired.
Theta is controlled by the enemy. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Need assistance.
That catapult's taking a big risk there.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Say, come on, let me get out of the river.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Okay. D2's going to be kind of hard fought. They're getting
New
reinforcements.
target acquired.
The enemy is at 25%.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Enemy forces have Sigma.
Don't rush in yet. Just kind of hold your ground. They're all pulling up to D2 now. Phoenix Hawk, he's ready to go.
Target spotted. Need assistance.
New target
Ooh, reinforcements coming in D3. Look out. Watch over our shoulder, guys. I'll set up camp right here.
target acquired.
This guy's falling.
Jenner's leg. Jenner's leg.
We need to start getting points. They're going to have all of them here in a moment.
Hostiles have collected 50% of their resources. Capture resource points from them to stop the bleeding. Kappa is under enemy control.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. We have Gamma. We've already gained.
Yeah, they're moving in D2, guys.
Keep
Just,
it up.
New
take a
target acquired.
defensive posture there and just, as they walk, hit them.
They're almost there. Stop them at all costs. Resource point Theta is ours.
New target acquired.
Good kill, good kill.
New
Still in
target
D2.
acquired.
I got the caps, and we're going to lose that way, but you guys are going to break off and go cap. We're going to need every single one of them at this point.
Yeah, I'll deal with this, with this Banshee. You, guys go.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted. Halfway to victory. We need to keep holding on to our resource points.
Do we know what's left and where?
Negative.
Thanks for the assist there, Animus.
Need assistance.
Target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
All right, so Theta and Kappa is where they're at.
Target destroyed.
Kappa is under enemy control. Resource point Beta is ours. Affirmative. Target spotted.
Acquired. Target destroyed.
Gathered enough resources.
Good match, everyone.
Will provide us huge tactical benefits.
Yeah, that was hard fought.
Way closer than most of the matches tonight, which is a godsend. 2 killing blows, 6 kill assists, 2 solo kills, 2 KMDDs, 820 done with arrows up. All right. But now it's time to go be in something else. Because this is just so slow. Let's go play in the Arctic Wolf that I've been doing recently. Negative on that, 4. He shot back harshly. You have your orders. Execute them. Alex turned the archer back toward the clearing where Gates had taken his hit, but had gone only 3 steps before the archer's threat indicator lit up. With practiced ease, he identified the potential target, a 20-ton commando working its way around the fringe of his effective combat range. Maneuvering the joystick until the targeting crosshairs locked onto the target, he triggered both his LRM launchers simultaneously. The archer staggered back a pace as the volley of 40 missiles arced skyward, the mech only keeping its balance because Alex's neuro helmet linked his nervous system with the onboard computer. The machine was back in motion even before the first missile reached its target. His sensor readouts recorded the strike, and the BDA analysis scrolled across the top of his heads-up display. To a commando, which relied on speed rather than massive armor for protection, the effects of such a heavy barrage could be devastating. The computer's best estimate showed that the target mech had taken at least 12 direct hits in the upper torso, enough to tear through the armor and into the internal structure. Whether or not the attack had disabled the mech, the machine was certainly hurting. Alex smiled grimly. One less flanker to worry about. The archer forged on, covering the rugged terrain in long, ground-eating strides. As Alex manipulated the twin foot pedals with practiced ease, keeping one eye on the primary screen and the other on the sensor map, he couldn't quite suppress a small thrill of pride. Piloting a mech was what he'd been born to do, what he was meant to do. Sometimes it seemed like his ability to get the most out of a battle mech, even one as ponderous as the Archer, was almost instinctive. It was common among Alex's classmates in the Grey Death training cadre to joke admiringly that Carlisle maneuvered the 70-tonner the way most mech warriors handled a scout mech. The Shadowhawk was engaged again, holding off a trio of light mechs that Alex's computer was tentatively tagging as 20-ton wasps. The Mammoth Battlemaster hadn't entered the lists yet, but the mech would be close enough to start pounding gates by the time Alex got there. In a toe-to-toe match, the two Grey Death battle mechs should, theoretically, be able to stand off a Battlemaster. But Alex wasn't inclined to bank on theory. For one thing, the smaller enemy mechs would continue to be a nuisance that couldn't be ignored, and Gates was still too much of an unknown quantity. Trying to repair his damaged mech while also trying not to let down his guard might be too much pressure for the younger pilot.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Thanks for that.
Get to the target and capture it. Cut down any enemies that get in the way.
You still good late now? Oops. This goes really bad if the whole team's in the logo.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Contact from Charlie 3.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target
Fuel
spotted.
at 25%.
Push the rifleman C4 corner. Thanks for that, John.
We've taken down the enemy's
New
Alpha.
target acquired.
Target can go for low.
B4 looks hot. Come back.
Need assistance. Target spotted.
Yeah, come towards us. Got you.
New target acquired.
Let them come over the ridge.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Let him come over.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
I'm gonna take these two on a merry little chase out.
Fuel at 25%.
Linebacker charging in.
New target acquired. Target
He's open.
destroyed.
Nice.
New target acquired.
Well, that was a lucky hit of mine.
New target acquired.
Certainly not what I expected, but I'll take it any day of the week.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired. Target
Watch
destroyed.
D4, D4.
I'm seeing a few of them in Delta 2.
Got a blackjack right here in front of us.
New
Down
target
low.
acquired. Target destroyed.
Good kill.
Good shot.
Fuel at 25%. Target destroyed.
You got the momentum.
Target acquired.
The other half of their team is back from where we spawned, which Delta 4.
UAV activated.
C3, the light. High.
Yeah, because I'm not cooling down like I should be at the moment.
Delta 4 long range.
New target acquired.
The
New
catapult's
target
one touch.
acquired.
Target spotted. Target
Usually
spotted.
I'll open CT.
E3 assault, long
New
range.
target acquired. Target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
Catapult got me.
Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%. Target acquired. New target acquired. Heat level critical. Target destroyed. Target acquired. New target acquired. Ammo at 25%. Heat level critical.
That one's just a stick. What do you got?
Yeah, because my heat is not going down like it should be right now. I mean, look at how slow it's creeping down.
Target acquired.
Bravo is probably your worst.
New target acquired. Right torso critical damage.
I'm screwed.
Yeah, you got this.
You're good.
Except I only have ATMs. If they get up on me, I'm done.
Make that ammo count.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%.
Someone killed the bully.
Target spotted.
destroyed.
Well, you actually got that one.
Fuel at 0%. Right leg critical damage.
Target spotted. Enemy forces are
Oh, but they have one more ton of ammo.
Fuel at 25%. Ammo at 0%. Left leg critical damage. Torso destroyed. Left arm destroyed. Center torso critical damage. Right torso critical damage. Weapon destroyed.
Kick him!
I'm hoping to make him overheat. There is no way to squeeze more ammo into this thing. I have done everything I can.
Wasn't that Custer's last message? Send ammo?
But I'll take 4 killing blows and 904 damage.
Yeah, good job, man.
But yeah, there was no way for me to catch that up there at the end. Hey, Flow State. I wish I could have, but nothing more I could do at that point. I mean, 900 and something damage in this thing is still not shabby at all.
Good evening, good sir.
Well, hello, Mr. Lego Man. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing alright.
Are you actually coming into play?
Yeah, I just had to freaking patch first.
Oh.
But I took care of that already, so.
Okay. Then.
And now I just have to load the game.
Then let me create a group and you can come join up on me when you come in. There has been nobody tonight. Just nobody. But let's read for a minute while we're waiting. Where were we at? Alex would have to play it as though he was fighting the battle on his own. He locked onto one of the wasps at long range and opened fire with his portside LRM, waiting until his target was well clear of gates before thumbing the launch control. Almost immediately, he fired his starboard missiles at the same target. This time the volley wasn't as effective. The Archer's battle damage assessment sensors registered a pair of missile hits to the Wasp's left arm, but the rest had gone wide of the mark. Cursing silently, Alex quickly re-established the target lock, but even as the red crosshairs glowed over the image of the enemy mech, the Wasp had triggered its jump jets and bounded behind the cover of a nearby ridge. The crosshairs faded to white again before Alex had a chance to fire. As he dropped his crosshairs over another Wasp, they went red again in a lock, but Alex held his fire until the target moved clear of his Shadowhawk. Then he pressed the firing stud once more. The missiles were right on target. At least 10 found their mark, the BDA reporting a whole cluster of hits on and around the enemy mech's poorly protected head. At the very least, a headshot would almost certainly cause multiple failures in sensors, controls, and other critical systems. Even if the pilot somehow managed to survive, he'd be badly shaken up. The third light mech followed the first, withdrawing out of harm's way behind the ridge. Alex shifted to a flat-out run, a dangerous way to travel during combat conditions because of the problems of balance and uncertain footing. But he wasn't likely to get another respite like this one, with the enemy regrouping out of sight, and he hoped to get into position to defend Gates before the fighting resumed in earnest. Ghost 3, this is Leader. What's your situation? There was a long pause before Gates answered. Rerouting to tertiary circuits, he reported. The secondaries are out too. ERT? Alex snapped. Computer says 4 minutes. Alex nodded to himself. That was about what he'd have expected for estimated repair time, though he'd been hoping for less. All right, 3, he said slowly. If the tertiaries fail too, lay down covering fire and then punch out. Acknowledged, Gates replied, his voice grim. It was the only possible order Alex could give if the damage proved too extensive for emergency repairs, but the younger pilot's reluctance to go through with it was understandable. Alex could rescue Gates if the other man was forced to abandon the Shadowhawk, but no mech warrior liked to contemplate the idea of leaving his mech to the enemy. In the war-ravaged star empires of the Inner Sphere, battle mechs were hard to come by, and once a pilot joined the ranks of the dispossessed, he might never get a second chance. Even a wealthy mercenary outfit like the Grey Death had only a limited number of spare machines on hand, and those extra mechs weren't likely to go to a warrior who'd already lost one. Nonetheless, if the mech had to be abandoned, Alex would make sure Gates had a chance to eject, and he'd fight just as hard to rescue the man as he would to cover the retreat of the machine. Despite the old Inner Sphere maxim that life was cheap, but battle mechs weren't, technology took a back seat to human life in the Grey Death Legion. That was something Grace and Carlyle had preached since the earliest days. With or without the Shadowhawk, Alex would do everything in his power to bring Gates off the battlefield, or go down fighting as well. Override engaged. But it's nice to see another person here this evening. It was getting lonely.
I've been meaning to hop on every now and then, but I was like, I think tonight's the night.
Hey, that's a fair answer. You know what they say, sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. Home of Joy? It's got nuts. Mounds? Don't. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but
Well, the only thing I have to say in response to that, you know what else has nuts in it? My family.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Ow. Coming over the hill was a bad idea.
New target acquired.
Shot.
Target spotted.
See if I remember how to play this game.
oh, that guy's got dual AMS. My stuff is just not getting through on him.
Target destroyed.
See how many keys I can fat finger in this match.
Keys of Coke?
Unfortunately, I do not come from Miami or Columbia, so I cannot
New
provide
target
such
acquired.
luxuries. Ow.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
I think they're sitting on a lot of AMS.
Just hit. What is happening? We just had like 3 people disconnect.
Those may have been the people that died already.
Ah, yeah. Jeez, I've seen that happen in freaking War Thunder, but not like this. Like, hang on. The difference, of course, being in War Thunder, you have it. To put it simply, it's similar to faction play. You can have multiple vehicles to take out per match in War Thunder. But I've seen it where. That was nice.
New target acquired. Fuel at
The matches tonight have been wildly one-sided.
New target acquired.
Never mind, Highlander before.
New target acquired.
But yeah, I've seen it where even if they have like multiple vehicles left in War Thunder, they'll be just like, well, I died once, I'm out.
Warning, incoming
It's like,
missile.
bro, you barely even started. What are you doing? You know?
Mm-hmm.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired. Left leg critical damage. Left leg destroyed. Right leg critical damage.
Damn it. Dadgummit. Oh, hi.
Artillery strike online.
Oh, and we got an enforcer who's not even connected. That's always nice. Yeah, there were lots of LRMs from their side, and it seemed like they had a lot of AMS too.
Son of a... Ah, Casey. Yeah, that was to be expected. Taking fire from multiple directions while at night vision doesn't work.
Anybody notice we did not have one assault?
Oh, actually, I didn't.
25%. Do not let the enemy keep it up. They've destroyed Alpha. That's pushed us back. We can't let them take control. Enemy forces are halfway there.
You know, it's not like we needed all of our mechs in this match or anything. Hey, well, it's finishing up. Let's read. He slowed as he approached the damaged mech, which Gates had maneuvered behind the partial cover of a tumble of jagged rocks. He was in a good tactical position, shielded from the best enemy line of approach and commanding an excellent field of fire across a broad clearing. Seeing this, Alex's regard for the rookie mech warrior went up a few notches. Gates had apparently moved the battle mech into the rocks after the hip actuator was knocked out, and that couldn't have been an easy job. A hint of movement at the far side of the clearing caught Alex's attention, and he focused the Archer's visual sensors there. Wow, I did 310, got arrows up. Tells you how we did for damage.
I got took to a rodeo and put in front of a bullpen.
Yeehaw! The image that suddenly sprang to life on his primary screen brought a savage curse to his lips. It was the enemy Battlemaster, its squat shape and high-domed cockpit distinctive. The massive assault mech mounted a mix of lasers, short-range missiles, and anti-personnel machine guns, but the machine's most lethal weapon was the Donnell particle projection cannon in its left hand. Because of the PPC's range and awesome destructive power, mech warriors feared it above all other weapons in the mech arsenal. Like the Archer's missiles, the PPC was a long-range weapon, largely ineffective for fighting at close quarters. Unfortunately for Alex, however, the Battlemaster was also well equipped with medium lasers designed specifically for fighting at shorter ranges. The larger machine outclassed both Grey Death mechs when it came to close-in fighting, and the enemy mech's heavier armor only increased its advantage. The Battlemaster moved slowly behind the same ridge line the smaller mechs had used for cover, disappearing from view. The blocking terrain would screen its approach for a minute or more, but after that the machine would be right on top of its opponents. They had to be ready with some kind of defense before that happened. Alex bit his lip, trying to force himself to remember everything he'd ever learned about the Battlemaster. He also remembered how often the Grey Death's weapons master, Major Davis McCall, would admonish the cadets with his favorite saying, "You can always find an equalizer." All Alex had to do was identify that equalizer and act on it, quickly, before it was too late. Then he had it. His fingers were already pre-programming the Archer's targeting computer as he keyed in his TACCON system to pass orders to Gates. 3. We're going to need that ace gun of yours, he said quickly. The Shadowhawk mounted an Armstrong 3 autocannon, a rapid-fire projectile weapon that combined superior accuracy with striking power. There might be bigger autocannons available in the inner sphere, but few systems were better overall. And right now, Alex was counting on accuracy rather than brute force to take this trick. Drop your repairs and get ready to engage the big guy on my mark. He paused, punching in a final sequence on his fire control computer. Because a pre-programmed barrage could be completely invalidated by some unexpected development in the chaos of battle, it was a risky proposition at best. But as long as the target's behavior conformed to the parameters punched in, the subsequent attack would be much more accurate overall. It would also be easier to coordinate the actions of the two defending mechs more closely when the firing data was worked out in advance. Transmitting targeting data now. The younger pilot's response was edgy. "Oh, Skipper, I don't know about this." "Damn it, Gates!" Alex grated through clenched teeth. "We don't have time for arguments now." "But you're asking me to let loose everything, Skipper. My heat's still pretty far up the scale." Heat was probably the main problem of the awesome energies contained within the bulk of a battle mech. Just moving the machine made the mech's power plant and engines generate hellish amounts of it. Discharging weapons, especially high-powered energy weapons like the Shadowhawk's 2 lasers, compounded the already serious problem. Battle mechs were equipped with heat sinks to dissipate heat, but no mech had ever come off the assembly line with enough cooling capacity to entirely solve the problem. Too many other things were just as vital: armor, weaponry, electronics, and it was necessary to make trade-offs. The trouble was, generating too much heat too fast could do a lot of damage to a mech's electronic systems, even overload life support, fry the pilot. An integral part of the coolant subsystem was a governor that would shut down the entire machine if the heat problem became critical. And if the Shadowhawk suddenly shut down, it would become a sitting duck. There wouldn't be time to restart it. Gates would have no choice but to abandon the mech. Alex didn't hesitate this time. "Drastic times, drastic measures, 3, he said curtly. "Lock on to the assigned targets and get ready. We'll take the bastard when he tops the next rise." "Yes, sir," Gates responded, still sounding reluctant. Alex understood why. Not only was the other pilot courting a battlefield shutdown, but there was always another fear nagging at the back of a mech warrior's mind. An overheated mech could become a death trap if the machine's safety measures failed. Dancing around the red line was something no sane mech warrior wanted to do. Override engaged.
I guess that makes you less than a sane mech warrior.
Say that again?
I said, like, if dancing around the red line is what only less than sane mech warriors do, I guess that makes you less than sane mech warrior.
For a long time.
Because you dance around that a lot.
Yes. Of course, in this game, you don't have to worry about your pilot actually dying, which is a nice change.
Yeah.
Yeah. But really, in this game, if you're not dancing up at that red line, like, all the time, you're leaving way too much on the table and not really maximizing your mech's abilities. Unless it's one of those mechs that you just can't ever actually get to the red line.
Like an entire ballistic build or something. Which, even still with those, you can generate a lot of heat if you get big enough guns.
Mm-hmm. Hey, EJ. Yep. It actually is. This is one of the ways that I actually got started. So, Mech Warrior Online is essentially it's a BattleTech game where we get to dance around in these large battle mechs, and the books that I read are exactly that. They are BattleTech books. So we actually get to hear from some of the mechs that are in the lore are actually in the game, which is really kind of fun.
Target acquired.
Honestly, as niche as BattleTech is, like the amount of lore that you have to like know and like stuff about the mechs just to be able to write
New target
books and
acquired.
stuff about it is amazing.
Oh, and there is I mean, there are what over 100 novels in the BattleTech series universe easily.
I mean, to an extent, it surprises me and doesn't surprise me because of how long BattleTech has been around too.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, a lot of
I mean,
these
it's been around
a lot of
since
these
the
books came out in
80s.
what, the 80s?
Oh yeah. Oh wow. So
Hey, where
these
are
have
they?
been around since it was just a tabletop game.
Yes.
I don't know, but we need to move out of this general area. We're funneled in here. We can get surrounded easily.
Golf 6, Golf 7.
Oh good, we are eating that adder alive.
Yep, they're flanking us. They're flanking us.
New target acquired.
Yep, there's at least 2 in the G8, GH area. At least 3 left.
Target spotted.
Let's focus golf.
Alright, gonna need help here. Definitely did this guy shoot me bad.
Fuel at 0%. Left torso critical damage. Center torso critical damage. Heat sink destroyed. Fuel at 0%.
Target spotted. Enemy forces at 75%.
In the lava, in the lava. They were kicking all my
Keep
ass.
pushing and go right around the circle.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
I need shock lead. Oh, thank you.
Now we're the ones that are flanking.
I gotta take a moment, like, to turn it on.
Juliet and Kilo, especially Kilo. Holy crap, that's a lot of holsters in the 80s.
Critical. Override shutdown.
Shoot, I gotta stop and cool down for a minute.
Forces on Kilo. Nice.
H7.
Oh, he's so close.
Acquired.
Nice.
Heat level critical.
We was yeah, Juliet. I don't know why I thought of that.
Bravo is legged.
Take his other leg.
Target spotted.
Heat level critical.
Up from that dog.
Target destroyed.
Got him.
New target acquired. Ammo at 25%.
I'm so spicy right now.
New target acquired.
Little on the warmer side.
Well, we're in a giant volcano, so it would be expected at least a little bit.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
Good shot.
CT on Juliet.
New target
Marauder
acquired.
needs help bad.
Marauder. Smells bad.
Focus fire, Lima, Lima.
The enemy has started to chip away at us. Stay frosty.
Down. Indy's a cicada, he's fresh, he's running around like a chicken with his head cut off. What's that? Big thing.
Atlas.
Atlas down.
Ah, come on.
Cicada left. India. Hotel 7. Hotel 7 running call 7.
Both of his legs are wide open.
He's just running scared at this point.
Make him more scared.
Take his girl and then kill him.
Come back.
Show him the power of God.
Well fought, everybody. Good job.
GG.
Good game, me broskies.
Oh, yeah! 2 killing blows, 6 kill assists, 2 solo kills, 7 KMDDs. Oh, I gotta clip that one.
I did 305 and got a single killing blow. That's better than I usually do. I'll take it.
1,093 damage done.
Good night, 11.
Yee dog. All right, back to the book. Where are we at? Guess that makes me insane. Alex muttered to himself, focusing all his attention on the primary screen. If his guess about the enemy's intentions was correct, the Battlemaster pilot wouldn't waste time and effort on a fancy indirect approach. He would count on size and firepower to overcome the 2 Grey Death mechs. That meant he should be appearing at the top of the ridge any time now. Target! Target! Gates was shouting the warning even as the Battlemaster's rounded cockpit swam into view on Alex's monitor. I haven't been in Rubelite yet tonight. He fought down the urge to override his pre-programming and take a quick shot at the exposed head. Mechs were most vulnerable to a headshot, but a miss now would spoil any chance of carrying off his original plan. And that would go against another of McCall's rules. Never trade a sure hit for a chancy kill. Alex held his hand poised over the targeting joystick. Time seemed to slow down as the Battlemaster clambered slowly up the slope and into full view. Wait for it, he said softly, as much for his own benefit as for Gates. Wait for it. Now! Fire! Fire! His finger stabbed the firing stud as he shouted the order. After a moment's hesitation, the onboard computer evaluated its targeting instructions and locked onto the enemy machine. A mech's fire control systems could pick individual target points with great accuracy, but only at the cost of considerably slowing down the rate of fire. In a typical firefight situation, that was an unacceptable trade-off, but in these circumstances, he could afford it. Alex had pre-programmed the computer to fire the Archer's full arsenal, concentrating on the battle mech's torso area, site of all of its lasers and short-range missiles. Even with the heavy chest armor to protect those weapons, such a massive barrage would still do some damage. A cluster of hits would also drive up the enemy's heat levels, though not as fast as Alex's own were climbing. Gates fired at the same time, his lasers and autocannon adding to the fury of the attack. Overall, the Shadowhawk would probably be more effective than the Archer, because the smaller mech's weapons mix was better suited to the range. The computer's BDA was already confirming Alex's enemies, showing that few of the LRMs had been on target. The range had just been too short for the missiles to lock on.
Reactor online. Sensors on.
Of course, you're still firing, missiles just dumbfire into them should be battering the hell out of that Battlemaster. Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Affirmative.
Override disengaged.
take advantage of the quirk over here. You know, if you ride that edge, you run faster, right? It's the weirdest little quirk, but wildly useful for getting out of that corner in a reasonable amount of time. Oh, you're not even in yet, are you?
No, I'm not.
Target acquired.
My game decided that it was going to stop loading and do the thing where it's like instead of like loading the wheels doing it normal, it'll just stay froze for a while, and then after it starts going again, it's just whee! Fucking power shot or some jazz.
Target spotted.
I'm finally in. I'm going.
Yeah, if you run the edge on that structure over there, for whatever dumb reason, you move faster.
At 25%.
Crazy.
Target spotted.
Don't worry, my sluggish reactions would somehow slow my mech down right back again.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
There's a couple of them over at Hotel 7.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Boy, I sure do love getting shot at people I can't see.
New target acquired.
Couple of mechs at Hotel 7.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Golf is ready to go. Never mind, it's dead.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Of course, the guy's shooting at his ballistics at me, and I want to say he's firing LBs, and they're doing almost no damage to me.
Target acquired.
He's probably sitting off the back of the map, barely outside of their spawn, being like, "Oh, it says I can hit him. I'm doing damage."
They flashed the red.
Target spotted.
It flashed it red.
Sorry.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Bubba Joe. I've been firing a Bubba Joe.
What about a Bubba Joe?
Bubba Joe the Marauder. He been legged.
Critical.
Blood ass over here just laying into him
Nope.
too.
Overheating.
Target acquired. Critical.
Target spotted.
Did you know that if you actually have heat sinks in your legs and you get in the water, it'll cool you down faster?
New target acquired.
That's cool. I don't think I have any, but that's actually something I didn't think, like,
Target spotted.
honestly, I didn't think the devs thought about that.
New target acquired.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool little thing.
Little tidbit.
I don't see it very often, and like I don't know how much of a difference it makes, but it's supposed to make a difference. So like if you're ever overheating badly, go run into the water.
Acquired.
It can't hurt.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Agree on the top of G6, so G7.
Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%. Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Kilo, Mauler.
So it's gonna just concentration.
Target destroyed. New target acquired. New target acquired. Person destroyed.
Ow.
Destroyed. Weapon destroyed.
Dude took off my torso in one shot. Of course, he hit me with, what, AC 30?
New target acquired.
He hit you with the boom boom.
With the boom, boom, boom. He hit the boom, boom, boom. Ah, I dropped one of his components. That made absolutely no difference because everything of his is in his torso.
New target acquired.
Son of a bitch.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
I'm gonna barbecue your ass and molasses.
Man, I've had better matches.
25%. Fuel at 0%.
The Mauler is dead. The only thing left is a Hunchback.
Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%. Target destroyed.
Woohoo! KMDD.
Thanks for everything. Nice round.
I'll take a 12-7, though. 12-7 is not bad. It's way better than so many of the matches have been tonight.
It is, yeah.
0 killing blows, 9 kill assists, 1 KMDD, 751 done, 186 taken, with arrows up.
I got fucking annihilated.
Yeah. Yeah, you did. It's tough that way
Such
sometimes.
is how long I like the match didn't even last that much longer after I died either. That's what kind of upsets me even more. I happened to run into this one stealth light or whatever. Fucking CT was cherry red and he just shot me as I was trying to drop down. I was like, nuts.
You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
I know.
But the short range would also limit the effectiveness of the enemy PPC, which was a vital factor at this stage. Double checking the damage projections, Alex allowed himself a smile of satisfaction. The lasers had burned through armor in 2 places, and there was a high probability of damage to the Battlemaster's missile storage bay. Another hit or two might detonate the stored warheads and rip the whole left torso open. Alex's heavy fire must have thrown the Battlemaster pilot off, for all 3 of his opponent's return laser shots went wide. Misses or not, Alex was sure the other warrior was going to be mustering every ounce of skill, and counting on every bit of luck at his command, trying to even up the odds against the 2 Grey Death mech warriors. From here on, it was likely to be an out-and-out slugging match, pure and simple. He fired the Archer's 2 arm-mounted lasers again, opting now for speed over accuracy. Gates fired another autocannon burst, pouring out high-velocity shells as fast as the Shadowhawk's ammo feed could dump fresh rounds into the chamber. Discontinue firing, 3, Alex ordered curtly, taking aim for a 3rd laser shot. Resume repairs. The faster Gates could get his machine moving again, the sooner both of them could break off this fight and try to escape. The Battlemaster kept on coming, hardly seeming to notice the Grey Death fire. As it stalked toward them with inexorable purpose, the torso lasers flared again, scoring a hit on the Archer's left arm. Alex cursed and returned fire, cursed again when the shot went wide. The enemy mech was almost on top of them now, close enough for him to pick out the individual scars on the torso armor. And still, the giant mech kept on coming. In a sudden rush of understanding, Alex realized that the pilot wasn't going to stand off and engage in a firefight at all. With the damage around the missile ammo bay, it was only a matter of time before the Battlemaster took a dangerous hit, and the pilot was too smart to bank on those odds. He was planning to turn the fight into a literal hand-to-hand engagement. In close where even laser targeting systems would be all but worthless, and where all that counted was mass and power. Hey, H-Mods. Yeah, I saw this cover, and honestly, it was the weirdest cover I have ever seen in a battle mech book so far. I don't know what was the deal with it, but it definitely wasn't what I expected. Honestly, like it made me think of like Firefly. If you look at this, it just makes me think of Firefly. What are you gonna do? Yeah, I might see about switching that out for an older cover that's a little bit better. But in the meantime, this is the one that's on the book that I'm reading. That I grabbed it right from uh, the book itself, so I probably should keep it. It looks old, but it looks like it's trying to look old. Yeah. Ha. All right. Bear Claw. Alex retargeted his lasers. With the Battlemaster's left arm encumbered by the massive PPC, the two-fisted archer had a slight advantage in a close-in fight. He had one chance left to magnify that advantage before his opponent reached him. Firing the archer's twin lasers almost as one, Alex barely contained a whoop of triumph. Both shots had struck their target perfectly, just below the right elbow joint. If they hadn't shattered the whole lower arm, they had certainly penetrated the armor enough to damage the control circuitry and bundles of myomer fibers that serve the mech as inorganic muscles. With one arm damaged and the other one virtually useless, the other pilot was suddenly in too close to use his weapons effectively. Editing a video right now had to make a 1980s hair metal montage song about using the belt sander for PPC builds. Hey, if you put that up, you got to share that, man. I want to see it. Hey, did you ever hear anything back from the people at Engines of Destruction? Did you ever reach out to them? I mean, last I tried to play it, they had pulled it from playtest at the moment, but I mean, when I looked, there had been a couple of people who had posted things, so I'm guessing we could we do. Oh, it's just one guy? Well, tell them we'll be part of the playtest, and we'll get out there and we'll stream it so people might do it. Oh yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Well, as it comes out there, we will do our best to promote it for them. We need an option other than Mech Warrior if Mech Warrior ever decides to go away. I love it.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online.
You know, unless they want to come out with Mech Warrior Online 2, Return of the Tatate. Override engaged. We have to fight against all sorts of sentient alien birds that are in their own battle mechs.
Who said it?
The Mech Warrior 2 Electric Boogaloo. There you go.
Mech Warrior 2, who stole my burrito? No, Mech Warrior Online 2, who stole my burrito? That's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost weird that a universe as large as the Battletech universe wouldn't have some kind of sentient aliens. So, I mean, Far Country is the book I'm recording right now on my Tuesday stream, so at least, you know, anybody who wants to learn about them can go out there to my YouTube and find out about the sentient aliens that live in the Battletech universe. Because everyone should know the Tatate.
Isn't it those birds who like have a very long
New target
Yes.
acquired.
Yes, it is.
I remember you reading about them. It was like, oh yeah, this
New
guy who
target
succeeded
acquired.
this guy who succeeded this guy, and they're there for like 14 hours just reciting their
Oh, 5 mechs and H9 clustered.
Target acquired.
Oh yeah. Recently, one of the BattleTech guys was there and got invited to a meeting, and it was like an 18-hour recitation of history first.
Target spotted.
Yeah.
Target spotted.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't surprise me. Is just that it would be too contentious or something as they tried to figure it out. I get it, but I like having them in there.
0%.
But most of the battlefield
target spotted.
We need money. We go to war or space
Need
races.
assistance. Target spotted.
Space racism, huh?
Got him the right move over. We'll
Damn, Kurita.
New target acquired.
Kurita, damn you, Leo. Leo, damn you, Kurita.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Need assistance.
Their whole team's coming around that bend there in H7.
The enemy has started to chip away at us.
I guess it's not really even racism. It's just intersphere. We hate the fucking clanners. Clanners, we hate the intersphere.
New target acquired.
Yeah, it's funny when you read through some of this stuff, and you're like, oh, they're talking about like the oldest technology that you could think of for communications and compads and things like that, and you're like, isn't this supposed to be an advanced civilization? But then you think about the fact that these books were written decades and decades ago before they really existed.
New target acquired.
I just got headshot.
Oh, we're just getting our asses handed to us.
Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%.
The jaws of defeat are closing in around us.
I don't think my missiles are reaching those guys. Oh, I forgot to put it back up on the main screen.
You just been playing a match with the book still up.
So yes, I have a sound effect in there specifically for this. Professional streamer, everybody.
I see. Oh wow. That's
Missile. New target acquired. Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%. New target acquired. Right torso critically damaged. Center torso critically damaged.
But yes, so guys, if you ever see that and you're in Twitch, I have a sound effect in there specifically for that to remind me. Professional streamer, everybody.
Man, I'll tell you that match went south faster than a fella on Latina Booty Patrol.
Professional streamer, everybody.
Yep, that's the one. And so when that goes off, I know immediately to go over and be like, oop, I still have the book up. Press the button. All right, and it's about midnight, but we're going to finish this chapter before... So I think I have one more match in me because there's a little bit left in this chapter, and it's about midnight. So one more match, one more story time, and then we'll call it for the evening. Well, that was a fast drop.
That was. I've got the wrong freaking.
Alex stepped the archer forward, bringing the mech's powerful arms to the ready. Even the strongest armor wouldn't hold up to the punishment a mech could deal out with the weight of 70 tons behind each titanic punch. He drew back for the first blow, then froze in horror at the other mech's response. He had forgotten, in the excitement of the moment, that the Battlemaster's PPC was not a built-in weapon like the Archer's arm-mounted lasers, but more like a gigantic rifle that could be jettisoned at will. Which the enemy pilot had just done. Even as the Archer was stepping into range, the Battlemaster had dropped its PPC and was raising its massive left fist now clenched tight. Before he could react, Alex realized that his opponent had timed his strike perfectly. The huge hand was aimed directly at the Archer's vulnerable head, and the force behind the swing was enough to crumple the armor and shatter the whole cockpit.
I'll ask him.
As the punch landed, Alex knew the sour taste of failure, followed instantly by the crackling of his TACCOM circuits.
Dude was trying his best when you sorted him out.
All right. Exercise over, came the voice. Should it do,
hide.
lads? 'Tis nae point in continuing the new.
No,
don't worry about him. Don't worry
The
about
whole
it.
fist
No,
in
no, we are
Alex's
trying to
view
have
screen
conversation
shimmered
with
and
this
vanished as his
person.
sensor rays once again projected the real world outside, rather than the falsehoods of the training program. Override engaged. Alex Carlisle slumped in his control chair, sweating from more than just the bottleneck heat.
Discord.
The exercise was over, and his trainees had lost the battle. Bring your bairns into the HQ and report to the briefing room. The heavily accented voice of Major Davis McCall continued gruffly. Then came Caitlin DeVry's voice over the Lance's private radio channel. And heaven help us all, Alex heard her mutter. I mean, you knew it had to be just a simulation. But I forgot that Major Davis McCall has always affected a very strong Scottish accent. I'm watching a reality show that's set in Scotland at the moment.
New target.
The Traitors. It's actually pretty good. I'm enjoying it.
I was about to say something messed up stuff like this. Like, what's it called? Like, who stole my haggis or something?
New target.
How'd it get banned?
I love how they can fucking see me under my ECM here. Yeah, David McCall is awesome. And why can they see me? Because in this map, all you have to do is hit H, and everybody stands out.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
There might be one or two.
Four.
Just a couple.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%.
Target spotted.
Incoming. Big push. You got the floor.
Push it back.
Guys, I need some help in Echo 6 if anybody can make their way this way.
Fuel at 0%.
We need help in Echo 4.
Hey guys, thanks for all the help after I called for it. Appreciate you.
9 of us are already.
Yeah, but I called for help, I don't know, when there were only 3 dead. Gotta love it. All right, everybody. Well, that is going to do it for me this evening. Because it's after midnight and it is that time of the day. So, let's start off with, let me get this closed out. Let's get to here. Thank you to all of you. The greatest gift that you can give to a streamer is the gift of your time. And I appreciate that you guys gave me the gift of yours this evening, whether it was for 5 minutes or the full 4 hours. Whichever way, thanks so much for having been here with me. My plan at the moment is to be back Saturday night for some more Stompy Mech action. However, I do have a voiceover gig that I have to work on. I have to record 3 hours worth of audio, which hypothetically should take me 4 to 5 hours. But it may take me longer than that, and I'm going to start working on it tomorrow night after my wife goes to bed, because tomorrow is her birthday. She's turning 30 again. Isn't that nice? And so my plan is to work on it Friday night and then, Saturday during the day. But if I don't have it done, I have to get it finished because it has to be submitted by end of day Sunday. So my plan is to be done with it and to stream Saturday night. If that doesn't work out, look for me Sunday night, because I'll finish it, Saturday night, Sunday, finish it, get it submitted, so that way they can review it and give me feedback or whatever else. And then I will be, and then I'll stream Sunday night. So either Saturday or Sunday, just make sure you have the stream followed, have the notifications on. You'll see me when I go live. Like, subscribe, comment, all those fun things. So you get me when I go live. So at some point this weekend, I will be on with more Stompy Mech action. And then at a look at the week ahead, Tuesday, we're going to finish Far Country. I have 10 chapters left. My plan is to finish all 10. And then Wednesday, right now, is Pathfinder Bloodlords. It's a game that I DM. So stop on by for that. And the next Thursday, more Stompy Mech action. Have a wonderful evening, everybody. Thanks so much for having been here with me. And if you're on the Twitch channel, make sure you stick around. We're going to go raid somebody. Have a great night, all.